Shall we start now? Shall we? Yes. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear students. Happy to be here. Today we'll have the second day of the first international conference on the City Architecture Society Design Dialogue. Uh, I'm honored to invite our esteemed Dean of Faculty of Architecture and Fine Arts, Professor Professor Dr. Zeynep Onur, to have the opening speech of the second day. Please, Hocam.
Good morning, dear colleagues, our guest, Adam Aldrich, and dear students. Welcome to the second day of our first International Congress. Thank you for being here since yesterday. We just wanted to open a page for your life that how research is being conducted, what are the problems in the world of architecture today, what might be the future researches that you may hold, and make you a kind of an interest to the research world in architecture. Actually, yesterday's speeches were mainly addressing to points of cities, problems in the cities, how we can live more happily in cities, the migration process happening at the moment in world, in all cities, and how to deal with those problems. Actually, when industrial revolution happened, it was a very important kind of a development in human life. The people from rural moved to the cities. So there was a very big question about how to live in cities. There were a lot of theories related to cities, how a city might be formed, what it has to offer, etc. Beginning from Le Corbusier's unit d'habitation, how to live together were questioned. At the middle 20th century, we begin to realize that those theories related to cities were mainly addressing cars, commercial spaces, how people might consume, more consume, and how to encourage them to those kinds of facilities. And we understood that it doesn't relate to human. Today, another kind of migration. This is now from one continent to the other continent in the same city, from one region to other region, homeless people, some refugees, separated families, and yesterday mostly those temporal kind of living and the solutions related to them were being questioned. And today we have post-war cities demolished, needs to be structured again, constructed again, and we still in the same problem of creating humanly environments. Today's speeches, presentations, mostly related to more focused regarding some regions of the world in some cities, but most probably talking about the same problems related to the cities and how we have to live inside those cities. The power of technology is trying to integrate people to the cities as taking in the process of decision making, not only the authorities, but also the citizens to be involved while we are forming the new cities. I would like to thank you again for coming today and for your presentations. I wish a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Izan. Thank you. Please. Yes, thank you very much, dear Zainawajan, for this nice and inspiring speech that you have, for opening of today's session. After wonderful different presentation regarding different subjects that we had yesterday, today we will have presentation again with various subjects, but and various group of students, different subject we are going to touch. Let's have our first presentation by Shaima Karun, our student in Final International University. She's a master's student and going to have a multidisciplinary type of research regarding to balancing tourism and local well-being in Islamic cultures of Morocco. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Shaima, and my presentation will explores the impact of tourism, especially in tourist photography on local well-being, in cultural-sensitive Islamic context as Morocco. So I focus on the Kasbah of the Udayas as a case study in Rabat, is a UNESCO-listed site and live-in heritage neighborhood. First, I want to put you in the context of my case study. Rabat is the capital of Morocco, is renowned for its rich cultural heritage and history with a deep architecture tradition spanning Almohad and French colonial periods. A part of its rich cultural context is the Kasbah of the Udayas and its historical monument in the city. The Kasbah of the Udayas is a 12th century walled citadel, is a live-in neighborhood and a UNESCO World Heritage site since 2012. The Kasbah is not a museum, unfortunately. It's a residential neighborhood, and this makes this interaction between tourists and local well-being highly visible. And also, thanks to social media, that plays a major role in attracting visitors, often amplifying photography practices in this Kasbah. For the problem statement, while tourism brings value to the city, it also pressures residential life, especially around photography, and for many families, being photographed without consent or having their homes exposed online is deeply uncomfortable for them. So the high visitors volumes, especially during peak seasons, noise, crowding, traffic disruptions, is the most and the major problems in this area. Also, tourist photography can invite privacy, conflict with Islamic norms or modesty and domestic intimacy, and the need to balance tourism with quality of life. In my research, I'm interested in the lived experience of residents, not only the economic impact, but also the emotional, cultural, and social dimensions of tourism. So I want to understand how tourism and tourist photography affect daily life, privacy, and well-being in the Casbah. For that, so many questions come to my mind. First, how do residents perceive tourism and photography? What positive and negative impacts of tourism? How do Islamic cultural norms shape reaction? And finally, how can tourism be better managed and sustainable? For that, I used a mixed qualitative quantitative approach. I collect data from from scholarly articles, reports, news, and UNESCO documentation. For example, I collect data for tourist influx from official statistics. And also, my literature review was about tourism impacts, ethics of photography, and Islamic cultural norms. I also did an informal interview, but the people inside the Casbah are protective and of their privacy, of course, and many refused to respond, especially elderly women. This is itself a finding. For that, I was forced to expand my survey like as an online questionnaire to wider Rabat. It was good for general perceptions, but less specific to daily life in the Casbah. My literature review, as I said, was about the impact of tourism on local communities. There is positive impacts and also negative impacts. For example, tourism creates local jobs like hotels, guide, craft shops. It boosts artisanal economy, pottery, carpet, jewelry. It encourages cultural exchange, helps preserve historical sites, and fosters cultural identity and interactions, empowering residents through active participation in tourism planning. The literature review shows that when communities are included in planning, tourism becomes a source of pride and it reinforces cultural identity and supports heritage preservation. However, noise pollution can affect mental health and crowding disrupts daily movements. Also, residents feel watched or objectified. The space becomes staged, and also the homes become staged for tourists rather than lived environments. And also, in extreme cases, there is locals that feel alienated from their communities. So tourism can transform a neighborhood into a spectacle. And for residents, this may create a sense of displacement inside their own homes and a lack of freedom. Um, in my literature review, I talked also about some ethics of photography. For example, there is article that talk about a concept of reverse gaze, and this is like reaction, locals' reaction to the action of photography. Also, for example, scars in Peru, they talk about tourists that feel guilt or discomfort or hesitate to take permission from locals to take photography. Also, in Iran, there is studies about Islamic culture norms that create strong privacy boundaries. For example, there is so many owners that transform their arrangement or their design for their houses just to create some privacy, and they change all the arrangements inside the house, indoor houses. So the studies shows that photography is not just a natural act, but also it's a social encounter involving emotions, power relations, and a cultural expectations. Casbah has a historical importance. The Casbah, built by the Almohad dynasty in 12th century, served as religious outpost and military stronghold. It becomes a center for kosher activity in the 17th century and was named a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2012. The Casbah combines architecture, memory, and daily life. So tourism must respect this multi-layered identity and be aware of it. About the tourist influx inside the Kasbah, for example, the foreign tourists um, much come in between March and May, and also September, December. However, Moroccan immigrants come usually in June, between June and August, and every day thousands pass through the narrow streets every day. Um inside the Casbah, there is so many photographic hotspots like Blue Street, Andalusian Gardens, and a platform overlooking the sea. The narrow alleyways inside the Casbah amplify noise and visitor pressure. Even a small group of tourists can impact local circulation in everyday and daily life. For the local perceptions, I want to talk about three scales. First, the economic boost. For example, a local shop owner noted increased visitor numbers significantly enhanced commercial activity, but also mentioned that an equal guide partnership with shops is like a kind of favoritism inside the castle. Also, there is an elderly resident highlighted that the shift from open doors to locking them due to increased tourists and photography. However, a younger resident observed generally positive relations with some visitors, even relocating the Casbah and buys house inside the Casbah. So these interviews show a spectrum from loss and discomfort to economic optimism and social openness, and this differs from a person to another. For example, the elder man, he can do a comparison because he experienced the older situation in the Casbah and now he experienced the current situation inside the Casbah. In my survey, I talked about three parameters: the perceived tourist presence, that most interviews observed a sizable number of visitors, especially in culturally rich areas like the Kasbah, and consistent with the seasonal influx patterns. For the photography and privacy concerns, the majority reported minimal distress from tourist photography, though some acknowledged a loss of intimacy of daily routines. About noise and crowding, different views on congestion and noise were noted. A sizable percentage attested to occasional disruptions, but these were not always considered serious. Some key findings about my survey, literature review, and the perceptions of locals, I can say that tourism creates both opportunities and pressures, and photography is a kind of negotiation of respect, space, and cultural norms. The Casbah nowadays is becoming a hybrid space, partially lived and partially touristic. People can adapt, yes, but boundaries remain important because of Islamic values that makes privacy a key concern. I emphasize solutions that respect culture, community, and the tourist experience. For example, Sinyinged promoting respectful photography. Also, encourage asking permission before photographing residents. Support fair commerce for small shops and involve residents in tourism planning can create some kind of pride and belonging to this area. And finally, we can create quiet zones or limited tour corridors to avoid the circulation, the crowded circulation inside the sites. To conclude, in culturally sensitive settings like the Casbah, sustainability is not just economic, uh, it is social, cultural, and ethical. So we can say that tourism enhances economy and cultural vitality, but also affects privacy, modesty, and daily comfort. For local well-being, it depends on respectful tourism practices. So we need a sustainable tourism that requires cultural sensitivity and community involvement. Thank you, and I welcome your question.
Well done. Thank you very much, Shaima. So let's see if there is any question. Yes, please.
That was really, really interesting. And I was particularly interested in your point about the younger person having a slightly different response, which I was wondering if you could comment on why you think that might be. But I was also thinking of it in relation to the way that you talk about privacy. Do you think that maybe younger and older people have a different idea of privacy, or do you think that there are different ways people might understand what constitutes privacy, or how that it's actually being understood in that area?
Um, I think, thank you for your question. I think that the difference of age can affect the definition of privacy to person from person to another one. As I said, the elder man, he can do this comparison because he experienced a situation before, but the younger child, he didn't experience before the situation of privacy, so he can't do this comparison, and for him this is the good way to live inside the castle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, Pastor Joe.
Thank you very much, Shaima.
Thank you.
I want to point out the fact that, as far as I remember, this research started by a hypothesis that photography would be harmful for their privacy. And but the result somehow showed opposite of it, that it was not that much considered very problematic. That was it's good to see that process, that it's a true research with a hypothesis, and sometimes the hypothesis gets rejected during the research. Thank you very much. My question is, if you want to push this research forward, and if you want to, let's say, implement those considerations, those results, for example, no photography sign, this and that, what do you think, how it can be done?
I think in nowadays we can't avoid photography. It's like part of tourism also. But we can do a guideline to tourists and some measures to done for tourism, for photography tourists to control this activity inside the cities or inside cultural monuments. So I can, for example, I can do this guideline through these perceptions of locals of through the surveys.
Okay, yeah, it get into policy a bit, I
Yes.
guess. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. So let's have the next question.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation because it's touching the other aspects, intangible aspects of conservation in historic environment. Um, yes, the question Adams asks is an important one. Can you imagine this morning? I was coming to this place, and as I was just around the clock tower in Kyrenia, I saw uh, some modification works going on. Looks like they want the buildings, even though some of them were old buildings, but they want to maintain the road setback, which is like the building line of that place. And because it was new to me, I just brought out my phone and I started taking photograph of that work I'm seeing there. I would think that maybe you need to also uh, explain how you're going to balance, especially this new generation, their aspiration into this context. Well, there were some previous research that brought the issue of partitioning, which sometimes in some history building will be an issue, but in some it works. But how will the aspirations of the new generation they brought into those particular historic portals. Maybe in that scale of, if we're looking at Rabat in general.
Um, Thank you for your question. This question, yes, should be taken in my future surveys also. I can do like I don't know the response now, but it can be uh, uh, discussed with the younger people, the most younger people, because in my surveys and in my questionnaire, most of the respondents was elder men and elder women. So the future generation should be taken in consideration in my future article, for example. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions? Okay, so if there's no more question, let's appreciate Sheyma by inviting our dear Dean, Professor Dr. Zeynep Ahmed, to give her certificate, please.
Thank you very much, Emma, for this very great presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's continue with the second presentation of today. We have Anna Chuprakova, another master's student from Final International University. So she's in final stages of her master's studies, and today she's going to talk about social housing and architecture. So history, perception, and the future. Yes, please. Stage is yours, Anna.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna, and today I would like to talk about the social housing and architecture of the Narcofilm building. As my point, I was analyzing this building to see how the social housing was in the past and how it's using for nowadays. Properly, I was writing the scientific paper, and for methodology of this paper, I used several methods to get full understanding of Narcofilm building. First, I studied its architecture plans, section, facade details, and etc. Second, I look at the historical and cultural aspects, of course, because it's so important for analyzing this topic. And finally, I analyzed both old and modern literature review to see how the building was perceived over the times. Together, these methods helped me to look the Narcofilm building not only as an architect but also as a social experiment from the future. Yes, historical and ideological context. First of all, the Narcofilm building was created in the 1928-1930. It was built in Moscow by architect of Moisey Greensberg and engineer Ignacy Milinis. They was designing the building as a transformation house, which was supposed to help people move from the traditional lifestyle, more collective socialist way of living. In that times, the government was looking for the new solution of the living spaces. There was the trying to develop new types of housing that would support collective lifestyles. They don't want people to live just in their own apartments, to have their own family. They want a family connected with each other, to have some spaces where you can meet and live together. And if we see the history of building reception, how it was from the past for nowadays, first in 1930 it was they created they was creating this building, and this was so interesting idea in that times, because properly in that times no one was live like that. They was have their own flats without anything else, because in that time they was creating this building to have a small spaces. There was four type of the flats in there. That was so small. There was just living spaces, and for this just for the sleep, maybe some sitting elements and small kitchen. But most of the time they was using the open spaces with another people. They have some living spaces together. They have some kitchens together. They have a library, and also they have some of the school, like small school with small child inside of it. They have a cafeterias there. After in 1950s, the people, like this building was see the negative aspect. The people don't like this type of the lifestyle. They want their own spaces. They want more privacy. And of course some people was living there, but they was creating inside of it. They was buying the apartments, and they was creating something else. They was renovated the flats, and from nowadays not all the type it's livable. uh, and after in 2019 2020, the government architect was interested in this building. They was trying to see how they was living, how they can provide it for nowadays. And of course, if you see the age in that time, we see the COVID times. And of course, these times was really change our lives. And people, because of that times, people don't want to just have to buying the apartments. They don't want to just staying there. They want something else. They want a gym inside of their apartments. They want open spaces. They want some libraries and etc. And uh, architects and governments try to renovate this building to save these ideas, but little bit changing according to times. And the interesting issue is the architect who was renovate this building was Alexei Greensburg. It's grandchild of the first architecture who was built this one. The social program of the project, the Narkofil building, was not meant to be just the housing. It was planned as a social experiment. The idea was to reduce the amount of time residents spent on household chores, and to encourage them to use shared spaces. The apartments were small and designed mostly for sleeping, as I told before, and basic needs, while cooking, relaxing, sports, and social events were supposed to happen in common areas. The next one, as I told in methods, I was analyzing the architectural and spatial solution. The architecture of Narkofil building clearly reflects their social ideas. Some key return include the frame structure that allowed flexible layouts, a small two-level cell apartment of riveral types, long ribbon windows for maximum natural light. If you see in the first picture in there, they have some of the window shape for the more natural lights, and the roof terrace for communal use. The several communal block connected by a walkway, open space under the building. It's coming for the columns. If you see in the downstairs, we have some of the columns area. You can see in the next pictures afters. And in the plan, you can see the main entrance from the corridor. We have some of the areas for the wardrobe. We have small staircase, and we see like it's how this apartment's looking nowadays. It's not the old one because I can't find it properly. We don't have it in internet anywhere. You can see the small staircase, and the coming for the living room. And after we have some small kitchen areas, and we can come for the bedroom. It's like a studio properly, which we have nowadays. But if you see the how much is flat it's costing, it's not the studio which is selling, for example, here. It's so much for. Yeah, the significance of Narkofil building for contemporary architect. Yes, today the Narkofil building is seen as one of the most important example of early modernism. It influenced many architects internationality, including the Le Corbusier. Importantly, the building shows how architects can shape people's lifestyle and relationships, how private and collective spaces can be balanced. In modern housing, where shared spaces and mixed-use building are become popular again, the ideas of narco-fuel building feel surprisingly relevant today, as we see. And of course, small conclusion, which I think we have before. The study shows that Narkofil building is not only the historical monument, but also a valuable source of ideas for modern architects. Concepts that seemed experimentally in the 1920s, multifunctional spaces, shared areas, flexible layouts, are now examined again. The successful restoration of the building demonstrated that historical architect can be preserved and adapted to modern needs. At the same time, the Narkofilm expects reminds us that architect is not only about structure and but also about creating a new way of living. Yes, that reference which I was using for this paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. Really nice presentation. We have few minutes for the questions, follow-up questions. So, is there any question? Yes.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. It's have a really valuable point. I have a question related to how do you think in any countries we can apply those type of living facilities like that to provide this style of living for the people, or it's not going to work everywhere? How do you think?
It's not going for work everywhere, of course, because it's depending on the cultural aspects and how the people or ladies living and how it will be. But I think it can be changeable inside of it, of course, because not all of the open spaces and spaces where people can connect it with it will be for every countries and every cultures. But it can changing depends on the country.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, we have another question.
Thank you very much, Anna, for your presentation. Always a moment of pride when you see your master student, presenting so elegantly on the stage. So my question was actually continuity of that other question. So this was the result of international style. I wanted to ask you, in your experience, like considering when it was built, the very conservative Russian culture or family structure, was it fitting back then this type of housing to the Russian culture and the family and like the type of like the relationship, especially even seasonal, how much, and then what is happening nowadays after renovation? So the new generation's culture or family structure has changed that make it more successful nowadays than when it was created in the past, or not?
Of course, there was changing because all generation is changing every years. But properly, when it was built, the people started to live as a communal living. The government tried to show the people how it's need to be living, and people start. For example, my grandmothers and like old people, they still have connection with with their neighborhood. They talking with each other. Sometimes they meet for something. But for example, my mother and father generation, they don't have any connection. They don't want this connection. For yes, for nowadays, people start to live like that. They want something, of course, because of the covered areas. They sit in the apartment. They can't go anywhere, and they want something to talk with the people, not just in the internet or phone. They want to have some connection in real life.
Thank you for the question. Let's see if we have more questions. Yes, please.
Just a really, really small one. Can you say just a little bit more about what was happening in the communal spaces?
You mean like architectural issue or?
What do people do in them?
First of all, it's a kitchen. You have your own apartment. You can sleep there. You can have small kitchen where it's not usable really. But most of the time, you're coming for the communal kitchen, where is another people. You are talking. You are cooking. You have some of the conversation area. They have, for example, dinner together properly. For example, library, of course, it's everyone coming for the reading. Um, what of course they have a school there. It's also some of the communal for the child. The people who is living there don't need to go somewhere else to like put their child. They can in your own
It's a
apartment.
community in a way. I mean, are there shops in there as
Yeah.
well? Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. John.
Related to housing, of course, during the modernism, we learned a lot from the Russian experiment, design experiment, and the way of approaching to social housing. But throughout the history, we learned that we educated in that way that is a kind of failure. The Russian blocks, kilometers of massive buildings goes on, not only in Moscow, in all of the Soviet Union countries. But now a new generation comes and renovates it, and they try to reuse those buildings in a more appropriate way. My question is that this is a very exceptional case. That it has a very well-known architect. It has some architectural architectonic qualities, let's say. Uh, what about the others? For example, the ones which are in Yerevan or in Tbilisi or other part of the Soviet Union countries. Do they have this potential to be renovated, to be used? Because as far as I remember, the spaces are very squeezed. Uh, Elevators, for example, very barely one person can fit inside. There are lots of design problems that shows that those buildings are, from different points of view, are very restricted. So getting back and renovate them and bring those lifestyle into today world, everyday life of people in 21st century is questionable. Um, my question is that to you as Russian architect, do you think that all of them they have this potential to be renovated, to be reused?
I don't think all of them have properly. Is it true? Because if you see in the history, when Soviet Union it started to be, from the president to president, it's the style of architects is changeable. They have so different style in that times, and for example, some of the architect who was built in the Stalin time, it's really have some potential, because for architecture, it's for facade design, there's so much interesting issues and inside of it. But for the end of the Soviet Union, yeah, they don't have money, and they start to build the apartment they can't renovate nowadays. Of course they can, but there is no elevators, you tell. The flats, it's more easy to damage it, because they don't have any interesting facade details. They don't have any historical issue or something else. It's just the block with the windows and nothing else.
Thank you very much.
Because the conversation is now interesting. I think Kojo mentioned something about international style, but I'm also seeing that this case shows some characteristics of the Bauhaus. Um, it will be interesting to see how you can identify some qualities of this building that relates to international style and the ones that relates to the Germany school of architecture. It will be very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Okay, so let's thank Anna by inviting our Vice Dean, Associate Professor Dr. Amirreza Iranmanesh, to give the certificate to her. Yes, let's continue the session with the last presentation of this part, this section. We will continue with Sajid Ali, our master student in Final International University. So he's here today to share the experiences regarding challenges of night shift workers in Kyrenia case of Northern Cyprus. Yes, please.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Sajid Ali and today I will present my research about the challenge and experience of night shift workers in Kyrenia, Cyprus. I hope this presentation will give you a clear understanding about the issues that faced by the night shift workers in Kyrenia, Cyprus. So, Kyrenia is a beautiful coastal town, well known for its tourism. Its tourism mainly depend on their hospitality sectors like casinos, hotels, and restaurants. So many of the people works at these sectors in the night times. But however, the urban design of the city is mostly depend the daytime activities but neglect the nighttime activities. So my research as focuses on the understanding of the night shift workers' life experience and how the urban design uh, affect their lives. So the research methodology, I use a qualitative method for this research, and I conducted semi-structured interviews with 5 to 7% of the night shift workers. And after collecting the data, I use the thematic analysis as that based on the Brown and Clark to identify the repeated patterns of the safety, life, and impact on their health. So the research question and gap. These are my research questions. How the urban design affect the safety, mobility, and well-being of the night shift workers. The second one is the how the infrastructure, the quality of lighting, and the availability of the transport affect the night shift workers in Kyrenia. The third one is that how the urban design play a role that affect the isolation and fatigue in night shift workers. So the research gap is clear because most studies and research are carried out for the daytime activities, but there is less and few studies and actual experience is carried out for the nighttime activities. So this give a difference between the daytime activities and the nighttime activities. Research focus. My research is mainly focuses on three main areas. The first one is the infrastructure, lighting, and accessibility by transport. The another one is the isolation and fatigue problems. The third one is the social and economic sustainability. So Kyrenia, everyone knows that Kyrenia is a tourism city, and its economy depend on tourism. So many sectors like casinos, hotels, and restaurants, many people works there in the night time. So the urban environment elements are mostly designed for the daytime activities, but they neglect the nighttime activities, the nighttime problems like transport, mobility, comfort, safety. So this create a mismatch between what the people needs at the night and what the city provides to the people at the night time. The first one from the literature review, the social isolation, because the night shift workers live at um, different from the daytime workers, though, because they spend less time with their families, their friends, and their general community, and also the close of the social spaces and the areas. So this lead the people to a social isolation, emotional fatigue, and sometimes they feel loneliness and also mental distress. And also the nighttime working also disrupt the sleep cycles. This affect both mental and physical health of the night shift workers. Many of the people that work at the night time, they experience anxiety, stress, tiredness, and tiredness because they didn't get proper sleeping. So the another issue is the architecture gap, because architecture is mostly designed for the daytime activities. So there is no consideration for the nighttime functionality and visibility, because the public spaces are mostly designed, the streets and the buildings are mostly designed for the daytime activities. These are the urban environment issues. The lack of the proper lights in the streets, that brings safety into question. The strongest example of this is the Chatalkui crossing incident, where the three students was crossing the road. A, a speeding car hit them. One of them has died at the moment and the two is injured. While the police coming to investigate the incident, the another car has come and hit the policeman at that time. So at the moment, four injured were occur. And also there is some areas they have lack of pedestrians and sidewalks, and also the lack of resting zones. And some areas the streets are not linked directly to the workspace, but create little difficulties for the work at the night time because of the lack of transportation. The another one is transportation issues, because in this city in Kirinya, the public transport is stopped earlier. So the worker depends mostly on the working and depend on the expensive taxes. The another issue is the pharmacy. In this city, Kirinya, most of the pharmacy is closed earlier. Maybe few pharmacy is open for 24 by 7. But when someone need urgent medicine, so it struggle to access treatment because of limited pharmacy available and the lack of proper transportation. So this creates stress and fatigue for the people at the night time. The another issue is lighting and safety. Poor lighting and inconsistent light just not reduce the visibility, but also create the unsafe and insecure for the people, and also create a real risk of the crime and accidents. So, most of the accidents in Girni Karinia is occur because of the lack of proper lighting. So these are my key pointing. Workers feel insecure because of the lack of lighting and proper lack of transportation access. Most of the accidents are common in the Karina at night time. The needs for the people at the night times are ignored in this city and urban design. Social isolation reduce the motivation and satisfaction of the workers. So for this, a good or better design need for the Karina to satisfy or to maintain sustainability in the city. So my discussion, all the from the previous, I discussed that the Kirinia urban design is mostly give priority to the daytime activities and give less priority to the nighttime activities. because of the tourism oriented city, so they support mostly visitor and they neglect the night times worker. If Kenya wants to maintain sustainability growth of the economic, so it must be focused on the human sustainability and also focus on their health and well-being as well. So there is some recommendation in my research. The first one is that they plan a city that for 24-hour cycle maintain the sustainability and install a well planned uniform and comfort lighting in all the streets, develop reliable late night transportation around the city, and create some spaces for gathering or relaxation for the workers. And there are also the one thing that I recommend the use of underused buildings like schools, sports halls, and some of the municipal facilities into learning areas, relaxation areas, or community space that will ensure sustainability and safety. So I conclude that Kenya, uh, Kenya does not support the nighttime overall, but mainly mostly support the daytime activities. Architecture and planners and urban policy makers recognize the reality and experience of the night shift workers. So for this design can improve the safety and the health issues of the night shift workers that maintain the Kenya city for 24 hours and make the city sustainability. So these are the reference of my research and thank you.
Thank you very much, Sajid.
Thank you, sir.
You have a really thoughtful and sensitive type of issue you explained in your presentation. So let's see if there's any comments, questions, or something. Any idea you want to share with him? Yes, please, Sajid.
I will thank him for taking up this research because in most of my classes I keep making remark about the nightlife in Kyrenia, which some of us do not have that experience. Like Ajahn mentioned, you have to observe some ethical issues. If you were here when Adams made his presentation, you see that since you are engaging human specimens, you need to blur their faces for their privacy. Yeah.
Yes.
And then we also noticed that your discussion and recommendation, they are talking more of recommendations. So you need to check that out. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your recommendations at the end, where you talked about social spaces as well. So you're seeing quite an active role for the state as well,
Yes.
not just commercial spaces. So not just private businesses, but it's also the state as well. You think has an important role?
Thank you for your question, but I just take all over the city, not just comparison of the like the casinos and hotels and the business design, but overall some streets are there is no a big buildings, but a small streets, but so I consider just like a that.
So where I'm staying, it's quite a way out, and if you don't have private transport, do a lot of people live on at these big casino resorts?
Yes.
A lot of the staff live on them as well. Do they, or do they have to travel in and out?
Because if we're looking the most of the people at the night time, because I'm working at the night time, so there is a lot of people they want to live for someone because there are lack of transportations and that time they struggling to walk to their work or for their home, covering like a large distance. So it's great sometimes stress for these people, and if they depend on the taxes, so that's also great. But this mostly I my research is covering the Guinness side.
Yeah, I mean, I know some early research that I did as well on this a while ago found that there was quite a lot of violence towards late night workers as well. Have you found that as well?
Yes, I found that because some of the students that coming for the like public party and something like for that when they want to go after that, so for that for they create a little issue because the public transport at that time is no public transport, and also for the workers. But for this, my research is coming out for mostly for the workers because at that time the transportation is a lack of transportation though, and they want to go from one to another, so they gain like stress these things though, because we are communicate with each other. So
I
for
mean, it
this,
was interesting because you referenced Anna Pushtayeva's paper as well, which is really good paper about that, I think.
thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sajid.
Thank you,
Actually, my question is not about is not from you. I want to ask Adam about because you're a nighttime expert, and as far as I remember, in London there were no parks are not open at night. For example, these are differences that we have. Parks are open here. Are the pharmacies also closed in London? And how do you think this how policy can be integrated into such topics to push forward the nighttime things of that are happening in Kyrenia?
Okay, well, farmer parks, most parks are locked, that's true, though some parks are no longer locked since COVID. I'm not really quite sure why, but some councils don't. Pharmacists, it tends to rotate, so there'll always be at least one pharmacist open. Yeah. Yeah, I did. In many places, yeah. But in terms of what to do next, I mean, I would recommend Alessio, surname just forgotten, has just released a whole massive, ginormous report about night work in London on Tuesday. I'll send you the link. Because he will know way more than me, because it's massive, huge, 2 or 3 year report.
Thank you very much. I'll forward to Sajid.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Also answer Adam's question related to the accommodation of the workers. They have satellite residential complexes. For example, Acapulco has a big residential complex in Arabcoy. So the workers usually, for example, live there and they provide transportation for the hotel workers. So that's why, yeah. So the big hotels have stuff like that. Some smaller hotels, they have on-site residences.
Because I was curious last night after the storm, all the workers came in within about 10 minutes. And I think
There's some on-site, but majority are living in satellite. Like there's some residential complexes in Arabcoy, a village nearby.
Yes, thank you. We have more questions.
Related to what Amin Hoja mentioned, that workers in big, let's say, businesses like hotels, casinos, they have very condensed, let's say, centralized places that they are living. They're not related to the city, you know it better. That's why my question is that why you are targeting the workers for such a research. You clearly remember that sadly last year in 1st December, we lost one of our beloved students due to this insecure condition that roads have. And students also can be target population to question that how they experience this insecurity, what is needed to be developed. Please consider it. That would be very interesting.
Okay, sir, thank you. But it's actually based in my own experience and like observation though. So I'm working at the night time. So from that, I gain the idea. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions? Okay, it's not. So I would like to invite the chair of the conference, Assist Professor Dr. Kasra Talebian, for distributing the certificate to him. Thank you, John. Please.
Thank you very much, Sajid.
Thank you for the please stay. I need you. Thank you, Sajid, for the presentation. So we are almost, I think, in the last part of the first session of today's the program. So I would like to ask Castro John for what we have next.
Yeah, we have lunch next, so we will have a not very short, but a break until 1 o'clock, and we will get back for the second session. Please join us. We will have Rashad in the second session from Azerbaijan University of Architecture and Construction. So thank you very much, and see you in an hour, or more than an hour, I guess.
A bit more, yeah.
Yes, in the conference room. Yes. Thank you.
Welcome you all again. I'm so pleased to announce the opening of the second session today. We are going to have a variety of topics to be covered in this session, from let's say socio-cultural regeneration in urban planning to matter of light in architecture and energy independence and renewable energy independence. Uh, the first presenter will be Rashad Mahmudov, our esteemed guest from Azerbaijan University. Later, Dimitri Sokolov is going to talk about matter of light and shadow from our school, master student, and Shams Haidar also from Final University, going to share his recent research outcomes related to energy independence, renewable energy independence. So I would like to invite Rashad to come to the stage and share his research with us. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for such a great hospitality. So we've been here for 3 days. Everything's been really great. We've met great people. So I'd like to say thank you in the beginning. I'm here on behalf of Azerbaijan University of Architecture and Construction, currently making my PhD research there in the topic of principles of sustainable architecture in urban planning on the territory of Karabakh Economic Region. This paper dedicated to the social cultural regeneration through the sustainable urban planning in the cities of Karabakh Economic Region. I would like first of all to introduce you with this region, Karabakh Economic Region. So it's located in the west part of Azerbaijan. It's one of the 14 economic regions of Azerbaijan, one of the most beautiful, used to be one of the most beautiful and the most rich regions of the Azerbaijan Republic. But sadly, due to the effect of the conflict, there have been lots of destructions, demolishment, and I would like to say, like, it was nearly 30 years of war, starting from the early 90s to the 20s of this century. We had about 1 million people were displaced. They become the refugees, and really big number, hundreds of thousands of landmines and unexploded ordnance were found there after the conflict was ended. So about 206,000 hectares of the forest used to be on that place, and after the war, during the as a result of the 30 years of the war, 54,000 hectares of the forest destroyed over the last 30 years, which makes about 20% of that. It's a really big number and big disaster. I would like to go with the two cities actually. We have 11 cities in Karabakh Economic Region. I decided to go with the two of them. One of the Aghdam, another one is Shusha. So Aghdam was quite populated, very crowded places, and Shusha is considered as the cultural capital of Azerbaijan Republic. So here you can see it's Aghdam. Basically, this photo was the black and white. It's the late 60s, early 70s. It was remastered by the AI to show it's in the colors. So it used to be like this about 30 or 40 years ago, but after the 30 years of conflict, it looks like this now, unfortunately. So we do not have anything. Everything was destroyed. The trees, the houses. I would say it's the most destroyed city out of all these 11 cities of Karabakh Economic Region. So it was affected by the war the most. Another one that we have is Shusha, which is the capital, cultural capital of the Azerbaijan. I'd like to just say that it's located on the top of the mountain. It's a really great place, a great view. It's consisted of 17 small districts. It was like the upper part and down part of the city. Upper part of the city had 9 districts, and the down part 8 districts. In total, it was 17 districts. Each of this small district had its own mosque and its own, let's say, like places, the baths, and so on. Like each had its own center. So yeah, I would like to say that the Shusha was established in the middle 18th century, about 1750. So by the Panah Ali Khan. At that moment, it was the Karabakh Khan. So he, the person who basically established that city. So basically, we're talking about healing, right? How we can heal such a territory that were affected by such a disaster. What's the steps to heal it, or strategies for social cultural regeneration? Of course, as I mentioned is in the beginning, it was about 100,000 mines founded there, and in order to make it safe to travel, or at least to start some construction works, you need to clean this area. So it's cleaning landmines, unexploded ordnances. First of all, it saves the lives and prevent injuries, so people can't safely walk or let the children play while the land is contaminated. So unlock the land for the reconstruction and the economy, roads, housing, energy lines, agriculture, tourism. All this need a safe ground first. Support the environmental recovery, like we say the clearance allow to landscape restoration. So we have to restore the landscape and the land itself first. And also it's the psychological and social healing. So knowing that the land is safe and reduce its fear and trauma. So it builds a trust in the reconstruction process. Another one is the survey, which basically what we do at the moment, we're cleaning the territory from the mines, and in parallel we're making a survey for the people who were displaced from this places to understand how many people want to get back, if they want to get back, and in what conditions they would like to go back. So, and actually the survey says that's a strong desire to return. Most displaced residents express a clear wish to get back to their homes in Karabakh. Return in the conditional. So basically people want to return with the security, housing, job, school, and healthcare. So not just to the building without any infrastructure around, which makes sense. So and aligned with the return program. Due to this answer, government understands the capacity, how many people would like to get back, so they can understand what capacity of work will be done, how much construction they need, how many houses they need to build, which is also a very important aspect. So place identity and collective memory. It's also one of the important things, because once people get back to their home, they would like to see something familiar to them. Like the 30 years ago they moved from the place, it has to be familiar, not something completely different. So that's why there has to be the cultural symbolic landmarks. There has to be like memorial spaces. Memorial spaces are basically just to show how the land was affected by this disaster, and to basically not forget what it brings to. Revive historic streets and patterns, and of course the reconstruction, the cultural institutions, which is also very important. And as an example, I would like to show one of the mosques in Shusha city, which is Aşağı Göfer Ağa Mosque. So it was partially destroyed during the conflict, and now it's again restored. So I'd like to say that the Göfer Ağa, the name itself sounds interesting. Why? Because it was the daughter of the Khan of Karabakh, Göfer Ağa. So basically, she built this mosque, and in her name it was called Göfer Ağa Mosque. It is the first one, and there's another one a bit further than this one, upper. There's a Yukarı Göfer Ağa, which means the upper Göfer Ağa Mosque, and this one is the Aşağı Göfer Ağa. Aşağı means like on the down part of the city. So there's another Yasemen Hotel, it's called. Basically, this was the residence of one of the very famous families in Shusha, Mehmandarovs. So now they made agreement with the family, and one of this residence, which was the Mehmandarovs houses, one of the complexes, they made it like a hotel, so it's open for the tourists and you can go and see it. So I would like to give one example of the Akdam. Why I'm taking this particular building, because it do has some national elements, not national elements, but the local materials, I would say. I'll get now to this moment as well. So we do have here the stones, the bricks, and also there are some elements which is very related to the Akdam Architectural School, or I would say Karabakh Architectural School. It's the arches. So there's the arches used, we can see in more contemporary way, of course, but still I can see them. And also there's the bricks. So, and so another aspect of the healing, it's also using the materials that are familiar to the people that moved from there. It's not just using, for example, kind of the limestone. It's used a lot in Baku, for example. It's used there as well, but there was lots of different materials. It seems like in this PDF it's a little bit messed with the writings, because maybe it's because of program, but okay. So there was used like materials like timber, like the limestone and the river stones. And I would like to get to the part of that. It's also a visual healing, because once people get back, they see familiar materials as well. Like we can see they used on the walls of exterior. Also there is a timbers like on the balconies. There is the wooden windows, and also the wooden roofs. So once people get back, they see something familiar, not just a completely new or contemporary, but something like familiar from their childhood. So it makes, of course, the healing process of visual healing faster. Resilience and green infrastructure. Of course, as I mentioned, like it's 20% of the forests were completely destroyed, and that's why it's very important to go into the aspects of the revitalization of the greenery. So there's the several aspects of dimensions we can see, like for example, heat and comfort. So we was talking about it before, to make some canopies to kind of a little bit reduce the temperature in the hot regions. as well. There's the like accessibility, understanding. So we making some the parks connected to each other, trying to make kind of a green corridors and all this stuff. So, and also I'd like to add here the master plan of the Akdam city, because it's like a new master plan. Here as we see how the zoning was made. So it's currently in the progress. So this master plan not finished yet, but still there's works going on. We can see here the industrial areas. We can see there's the parks, there's the residential areas, and also the commercial areas separated. We're trying to implement lots of the parks. And also there's the connections, like bicycle roads will be there, which there wasn't before. So it's a city for people, let's say now. And especially after such a destruction and such a demolishment, people and especially the government itself tries to provide the best to the people once they will be back, because they will be almost for 3 decades refugees. Of course, once they're back to their home, they want to see not the familiar but the good conditions. So they waited a very long time. Some of them, unfortunately, weren't able to see it since they passed away. So because 30 years is quite a big amount of time. And yeah, this is the main aspects I just was wanted to say. Basically, it's all. If you have any questions, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Rashad. We would be very happy if there is any question that Rashad can help us to answer this.
Thank you very much, Rashad. Very interesting area and history. And the first city, not Adam, the other one that you showed us at the beginning,
yeah,
was fully destroyed. We have a somehow similar case in Cyprus, close Kapalimarash.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, and we know that in World War II, we also many of the European cities were destroyed somehow similar to this, and they rebuilt it according to the previous condition before war.
Right.
Is there such a plan for that area? And if the second question is, what do they gonna do with the waste? Because we also have that problem in for closed marsh.
So what's the main concern here? During the 30 years, the population has grown, so there's more people have to be now living there. So the number of the housing has to be more, right? They're trying to make as much as possible the same in the areas. For example, there's the areas where we do have 2 or 3 story houses, like it was 30 years ago. They will restore exactly the same, but in some areas it already will be like 4 or 5 story houses, just in order to be able to give this amount and the scope to be able to fit all the people there. So, and actually, to addition that, they added some villages around the Akdam city, which was the suburban area considered 30 years ago. They are kind of connected them to the city itself, so the area of the city now is bigger. But yes, they try to make it to do some parts similar, but as I mentioned, because of the number of people increased, some part of will be like this, and other parts will be different. Yeah, but there's the very important moment that there is one feature that you have to preserve the national elements on the building. As I mentioned, for example, the arches, limestones, materials, river stones, all this has to be used. So, yes.
Thank you. One more question.
Yeah, please.
During the war, or after the war, I heard some news that I couldn't find someone to confirm.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you. Sorry if it's not related.
Okay.
I heard that when the Armenian people who were there after the war, when they were leaving the area, some were putting their own, or the house that they were living in it, they put it on fire before leaving. Is that true?
So what I would like to say that the government of Azerbaijan, of course, when there's the active phase of the war, people have to temporarily move, right? Because it's war going on, so you cannot be there, otherwise you'll be die, right? It's normally. What's happened after the war ended, the government of Azerbaijan till like Armenians who were living there like 30 years ago, like citizens of the Karabakh itself, they are all the rights to get back. There's no restriction. But they will be the citizens of Azerbaijan Republic. Why? Because it's the international recognized territory of Azerbaijan, right? So you are a citizen of Azerbaijan. They were making up the country, which is basically it's not on the map, right? Because it wasn't the Armenia. They were calling it another way, I will not say, but like a separate independent country, which is not on the map. So the government says, yes, you can come. Of course, you lived there 30 years ago. You can continue to live there, but you will be a citizen of Azerbaijan. Of course, most of Armenians didn't agree with that, and they moved to the Yerevan or other parts of Armenia or world. But some people living there, there's actually cases where Armenians and Azerbaijans live together now, so not maybe that much, but probably maybe with time it will get more, because it's now after the conflict. A little bit hate is going on, but it's normal, I think, because 30 years it's a very long period of time. But there's no such a thing like they're forcing you to get out of the house if you were living there. If you came, for example, 5-10 years ago, it's another case, because it's illegal you're there. You illegally took someone's house and living there. For sure you cannot be there, because it's like it's a legal act, right?
So no one put fire on their own houses, as far as you know.
There was some cases of accidental, which is same happened on Azerbaijan side as well when the Armenians were firing us. So which is it's normal because it was actually quite big and huge, a lot of bloodshed. So yeah, but there's not such a thing that we are hating Armenians and bombing them. Of course not. No. Yeah.
Their own house
fire.
That was very shocking for me. So.
And that, yes, that's right. They were burning it. What they were saying, actually, they said if we are not living in this house, no one will live there, which is also kind of strange. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Is there any other question?
Thank you, Rashad, for your presentation. Very interesting. You mentioned that to basically recreate that image or reconstruct the memory, they have put some guidelines for the arches and material and the way that architecture is supposed to happen. I was interested to see in this master plan how deep actually the research goes beyond just mimicking the arches and the materials. For example, like related to urban morphology, shape of the city. How much are we following those like guidelines of the organic development of the city of Akdam before this master plan? Or even maybe some cultural dimensions, games, people, habits, their culture, their stories, and how deep does this research go?
So basically there's one aspect is the collective memory. For sure they take it into account the desires of the citizens. So they're asking, would you like to get back to the exactly same housing? And for example, there was the residential areas, because it was 30 years ago, we do have patterns of the old master plan from the Soviet Union part. So they're taking it as a reference, of course, and they're using it as a reference, which is basically some roads. And for example, there's the railway station that I showed. It was before during the Soviet Union as well. So they preserved it just to make it more contemporary, reconstructed it. The same with the parks and the greenery stuff. They tried to make the same amount of percentage of the greenery to provide it as it was before. Even I would say to make even more, because today the requirements for the greenery and green zones even more than it was 30 years ago. So of course they go with the contemporary like requirements, and they asking like the opinion of the people. Yeah.
Any other question? Thank you, Rashad.
Thank you.
In addition to what Amin Hoja mentioned, I would like to say that beyond all these political conflicts and other issues, historical issues between nations and other things, we would like to, while we are in the academic platform, we would like to address more, let's say, deeper layers of building culture rather than to keep it in the representational layers like arches and this and that. At least there are some good intentions and good attempts for that, but that's very important to address more deeper layers of building culture while you are talking about the social cultural regeneration. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I would like to ask Zeynep Hoca, the Dean of Faculty of Architecture, to deliver the certificate to Russia. Thank you. Yes, Le Corbusier says architecture is the learned game, magnificent and correct of forms assembled in light. So the second presentation is related to issue of light that we are going to listen to Dimitri, our master student from Faculty of Architecture. Thank you so much.
Is it downloaded? Which one? So, hello everyone. Thank you for your time. Today I'm gonna present at this second day of conference. My presentation relates, my research relates to light and shadow dialogue. So, beyond brightness, reviving the dialogue between light and shadow. So, in this study, I'm talking about light and shadow in design practice can may cause visual monotony, possible risk to human comfort, lack of perception of the space and health. So I also categorize this study for now as a pilot study. So for future, I can so this study is under the development. So in the future steps, I can reach to the more detailed version. So I started to ask the question, in nowadays, is there an answer to the question how much light is too much? So let's go further. So is there an answer? There is some answers to that. So there is no universal one size fits all limits, but modern research gives us guidelines about comfort and health indoor natural light level. So there is just a small hint into practice of designing the spaces, living spaces. So what kind of the guidelines can be for general indoor comfort? For example, it's from 300 to 500 lux, and for the requiring focus spaces from 500 to 1000. And for each space, for example, we have different types of limited standards to include them into the consideration when we are designing the spaces. So, okay, there is standards, but can it be that standards are going to work for everyone? Because depending on the different regions, depending on the different aspects of our lives, it can be questioned. So the short answer is no. The standards do not work equally well for everyone, and this is actually one of the biggest challenges in the modern lighting design. Here's why. People's sensitivity to light and shadow varies widely. Cultural preferences matters. Personality variations. So
depending on the personal preferences. Uh, Health conditions also as another aspect, and age difference, and there can be more categories. So standards are minimum guidelines for safety and typical comfort. They are not meant to describe the perfect environment for every individuals. So what are the standards actually for? The question brings us to the discussion that if we want to control the light and shadow better and increase the comfort, quality and experience of the living spaces, meaning that we need to improve our understanding of light and shadow relation, and design the space which can balance the light and shadow by itself within flexibility. So then I'm going to talk a bit about the background studies that I searched for in my research study. Referring to the HONC, the research in 2024, living rooms in crowded residential buildings frequently have uneven lighting. Some are poorly illuminated, while others have afternoon light that is too bright, causing glare and discomfort. Another case, Morales Bravo, 2022, feelings of happenings and emotions well-being are positively correlated with natural light in homes, but in their study they also pointed out that more is not always better. So this is exactly the stages that I'm going through right now. So I defined my study focus. I study about literature review, the background of the previous studies that I have. So my methodology, I developed it at these early stages, and now I'm at the stage of data collection, spaces analyzing, and pattern appearing. So this is pattern appearing is my future how can I say the findings that I'm expecting to see. So this study aims to extend the architectural understanding of comfort and well-being beyond visual performance by investigating the emotional, sensory, and health-related spaces of light and shadow relation by using a mixed method approach that combines quantitative and qualitative data by measuring light intensity and the distribution of it using lux meter and gathering personal and sensory perceptions from residents through the semi-structured interviews. During the daytime conditions are used to analyze small-scale residential homes, flats, and or villas in limit of Girna, North Cyprus. So I'm focusing on the specific parts of the houses, which is living rooms and bedrooms. I wanted to also emphasize, underline that shadow can improve spatial harmony, generate emotions, and increase human experience in residential living spaces. Also, I have thoughts that right now in modern architecture, we always think about how lots of light we should have. Sometimes forgetting about the shadow, and that's importance of for the interior spaces. So this is the example of my semi-structured interview questions. In some of them, I'm asking about shadow, visual contrast, other specific bedroom impacts. For example, we all have, I think, sometimes we're faced with the problem of glare effects in the living spaces when we're using some digital devices, or reflection from the surfaces when it's too bright in our homes. The reflection from the wall goes to our eyes and creates this eye strength, or sometimes even it goes to the equation of temperature comfort. So before finishing the presentation, also yesterday I just wanted to think about my study, and I asked ChatGPT and started to talk with it. So it also brings me for the questions that sometimes it can be also relate to at the early stages. We need to also think about the interaction from the exterior to the that process of goes that from exterior to the interior spaces, the relation between them. And in nowadays, maybe I have those thoughts that and through my interviews from the participants of the study, I started to realize, I see that starting to see that pattern, patterns appearing, that all it goes to the controlling with the curtains. In some cases, even they are not can be used, because sometimes it's too bright and the light is even disturbing people for with the curtains closed. So we need to, maybe at the early stages of this designing the spaces, the buildings, think about different variation. That's why I talked about also flexibility. So maybe by so in those also diagrams, small ones, I showed how the different window size, location of them, shading elements can improve and change the comfort of the persons. So it also affects the people's choose of how to control the light better, and how the shadow is affected us in our spaces. Thank you. So, any questions?
Yes, thank you so much, Dimitri. Is there any question to be shared? Yes. Ece Koca.
Dimitri, thank you for this presentation that is relating some of the things sometimes we just overlook, how light reacts with shadow, which sometimes comes from kind of opposite direction. But there is something that is inviting when you mention, you ask AI this question, but we can't see the question. It will be interesting so that we compare what AI provides in terms of the questions you generated for the survey. I mean, those ones you showed, that will be interesting. So, do you have any?
Actually, about the discussion with the AI, it just I was also asking his opinion about this study. Is like, is it valuable? And I discussed with it, like, how do you think, is there a better standards? Those type of questions that I was thinking. So what are the standards actually for? So I'm starting to have a small interaction with the artificial intelligence to get his or it view. Yeah.
So the same questions you administered to your participants?
Actually, no. For my participants, it's a bit different. For example, I'm asking about how does the light and shadow affect your mood or energy levels? Can you give a specific examples? So it's also, I'm also focusing about this human-centered design and the sensory architecture in a matter of comfort. So for some of them, they preferably, and again, I'm going to improve this study in a matter of better categorization. I wanted to create a sampling categories, for example, depending on the culture. For example, some of my participants of the survey, they are from Russia. Some of them they are from Iran. Some of them from different countries. So really, the cultural aspects, age aspects, so those type of things, from those I will try to see the pattern. So it can give the possibility.
Thank you so much. Other question? Yes, Roger.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Not a question, actually a suggestion.
Yeah.
Since you're focusing on shadow, I think there was a word that I was trying to coin in my previous studies with Turkan Hoca in EU, when we were talking about natural light when it goes through a process and gets into the space, but it's not only natural light, it has gone through a process. So I think if artificiated light would be a good word, something
Artificial.
not artificial, artificated or
Mhm.
something like that. But the point is that I think it would be nice in your study if you go through the processes that a light can change and transfer to interior spaces with some new characteristic, like stained glasses,
Mhm.
or through shadows or through reflection.
Yeah.
That would be a key, maybe, aspect, and reflecting that you have studied those, I think would benefit the whole research. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other question? Zeynep Hocam.
No, actually, it's not a question again, but kind of thank you. You know, we were in historical period of life. We were over Stone Age, then Glazed Stone Age. Now we are in the 21st century, glazed glass age. So every building, after constructing, selecting a facade for itself, it's mostly being some kind of a color to be selected and put glasses on the facades of the buildings, which does not provide any shade
Mhm.
inside of the, let's say, offices or houses.
Yeah.
So the search related to where to close in how to affect the daily life into interior space is a very valuable question to be asked for architecture and interior. And when you were presenting, always they were coming me some corridors related to Libeskin's museum extension,
Mhm.
how light was coming, how shadowy parts was giving a kind of fear by means of light and shadow. You can
Capture.
have that sensory feelings inside of the building,
Mhm.
which has not been neglected at the moment.
Yeah, this is also the question that I'm focusing on my study. How the shadow can affect the person perception of the space.
Yes, and even the behavior of human
Yeah.
inside of the interior spaces. So good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zeynep Hocam. Any other question? Yes, I
So again, a kind of a recommendation. I mean, because in your methodology it still seems like it's not very clear and it's the right place to be. I would recommend you that you strengthened your theoretical backbone.
Mhm.
Find a method of reading, so it's phenomenological, having a hermeneutic reading. These are good things because you need to find, because for me, you say you want to do quantitative. This is a pure qualitative research, and I think it should remain qualitative. You can ask people to take pictures in their home and try to analyze those, yeah? But the way of analyzing qualitative study, you need to have a backbone, theoretical backbone, how to read it,
Mhm.
how to approach it. I think that would be end up a fantastic study. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amin Hoca. I would like to invite Amin Hoca for delivering the certificate, the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Architecture, for the third presentation. Yes, we are reaching to the last presentation of second session. Uh, we are going to have a presentation by Shams Haidar related to uh, entitled From Load Shedding to Energy Independence. Shams, please. Thank you.
This one. Send the second version, so I need to do it the second one because the first one is this one. Yeah. Okay, so what should I do with this? This way to the forward. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Syed Shams Haidar. Today, I'm going to be representing the topic that affects every household, every industry, and every sector of our economy in Pakistan. From load shedding to energy independence using renewable energy resources, especially in case of Punjab. First, we need to understand the Pakistan energy crisis because every year Pakistan faces long hours of load shedding, and at its worst, historically, it has reached up to 7,000 megawatt, which causes long hours of load shedding and it reduces productivity. Because of poor planning, we lose every year 17 to 19% of electricity on transmission line, which also because already electricity is not being created as much, but it's already lost in transmission line. Our circular debt has also reached up to 2.6 trillion rupees, which causes less in a new investment and it limits the productivity as well. Punjab being the largest province of Pakistan, it consumes 68% of national electricity because it has a large amount of industrial hub, and it causes because of it, it has a long industrial hub. As we can see in this chart, in 2012, the electricity generated was 17.20 gigabyte, but the demand is 27.5, and the deficit is 10.23. As if we can see, in 2025, the electricity demand is 64.02, but the generation is 18.54. There is a like 45.50 deficit in the productivity. Economic effect. Load shedding has economic effect on Pakistan, direct effect on Pakistan economy. Like industry, every year industry lose 20 to 30% of productivity, especially in case of textile and steel industry. Small business owners like workshop, SMEs, they lost annually 400 to 500 billion rupees annually. Agriculture is relying heavily on diesel, which reduce efficiency, and it costs it basically it costs more in the price, and it doesn't get much of margin in their crops that they will yield at the end of the year. Households are forced to spend billions of rupees on buying UPS batteries and generators, which is also has a lot of a big impact on our economy. As you can see, in 2010, the demand of the electricity was 23,000, but the supply was just 17,000 megawatt. And it is in 2025, it's 80,000, but it has reached up to 68,000. The supply it's less than like 12,000 is already less, and by 2030, it's gonna be like there will be 25,000 difference between the supply and demand. Punjab being the Punjab being the has a potential of the solar potential because it's received 300 to 320 sunny days per year with the solar returns of 5.3 to 6 kilowatt hour meter square per day. Punjab can easily generate up to 2000 and 3000 just rooftop installment in solar panel. The government, the initiative that was taken by government is Qaid-e-Azam Solar Park project that can generate up to 1000 megawatts of electricity, and it's spread around 6500 acres. As we can see in this chart, that the solar radiation on the north side is very high, and we can see that it can easily generate, and we can easily compensate the electricity deficit we are facing. This is the picture of Qaid-e-Azam Solar Park. It's still in the making. It like 1/3 of it is made, but it's still making 600 megawatt of electricity right now. The government has the alternative reproductivity policy in 2019. The government issued that by 2025 we are going to rely on 20% of on renewable energy resources, and their goal is to achieve 30% in electricity in 2020 by 2030 in Punjab. There is another initiative taken by government of Punjab Ujla program, in which they are providing solar panels to the schools, which gonna help them in energy deficiency. In 2015, there was a initiative taken by our government to approve net metering, in which the solar panels are gonna send excess electricity back to the grid, and they're gonna sell it back to the grid, to the electric companies. 6 billion allocated to the solar product. Government of Punjab has allocated 6 billion rupees to in different part of Punjab to overcome the problem of the electricity. As you can see in this bar graph, that the electricity production, the government is trying to achieve that by 2024 and 2025, that we're gonna do more on electricity, and it's gonna go and increase the electricity production in different part of Punjab. Adaptation across sectors. The government has also introduced trying to adopt a different sector across because in 4200 plus schools are being solarized in 25 districts. That has become energy to help them become energy independence. And in just 2022, when there was not that much of solar independence, but government just in 2022 that 400 megawatt of electricity was added back to the grid through net metering. Around 100,000 households are powered by the government of Punjab who cannot afford to buy solar panels. They are giving free solar panel, and they are to produce their electricity at home. 50 public sectors buildings like universities, hospitals, and other sectors, they are around 50,000. They are being completely onto solar production. Punjab has 1.1 million of tube wells, and most of them are diesel based. So it costs around that is very inefficient and unreliable. Switching to solar panel, that can reduce the cost up to 80 to 90%. The farmers who have switched to the solar panel, they are saying that the seasonal irrigation is better than 20 to 25%, and which is more reliable and more efficient. If we switch to solar energy, solar tube well, we're gonna save up to 1 billion of liter every year. This is the picture of solar panel that is being tube well that is being powered by solar panel. The comparison between solar is that it's very solar and diesel is that it's very easy to maintain, and it doesn't take a manual operator to do it, and it works mostly on sunny days, and it's very efficient to use in long term if you can take it. Industries are now switching to solar rooftop. Like most industries are installing 1 to 3 megawatts rooftop solar project, and which help them and reduce the deduct the operation cost up to 15 to 20%, and solar capacity is also exceeded like 700 megawatt. They are sending exceeded energy back to the grid, and getting free electricity from them. And because of switching to the solar rooftop, the dependency on the generator is also decreased, and which help them save a lot in long term. As we can see, the energy consumption in 2023, the industries are taking more than half of the productivity electricity that is being generated. The renewable Pakistan has potential to produce renewable energy in every province. In Punjab, we can use solar and biomass, but if we go to Sindh, there is a big wind corridor that can produce up to 50,000 megawatt of electricity every year. If we go to Balochistan, there is a potential to produce strong solar, wind, and geothermal electricity. And if we go to the KPK side, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa side, there is a potential to produce hydro power that can exceed up to 12,000 megawatt of electricity every year. This bar graph showed that the potential that the government is trying to achieve this by 2030. That in Balochistan they are working on different type of project, and they're trying to achieve the potential that, like by 2030, that they are trying to make 196 megawatt of electricity in Punjab in Balochistan. And if we go to Sindh, they are trying, not fully working on wind corridor, but they are trying to make use of the resources that are available. If we can see that in 2020, from 2020 to 2024, the solar growth has also increased up to 40%. More houses and more companies are moving toward the solar potential, and the households have saved up to 30 to 50% of their monthly electric bill by just switching to solar panel. And the schools that have installed solar panel inside of their on their rooftop, they have improved their continuity. And industry also reduced the downtime by 15 to 20%. The report issued by National Energy Power Regulating Authority in 2023, that we are still not heavily relying on this, solar energy, but we are making 24.84 of energy by coal and 27.03 of oil. But a small part of it is being made, like 7.54 is being made on solar energy. The challenges that are being faced right now is that to install a solar panel from 1 to 3 megawatt, it costs high installation. It's very difficult to install this solar panel solar system. And also the slow approval of net metering is also causing a big problem. And most of the material that we are using, it's not locally made. It is being imported from different countries like China and other countries. And there are also shortage of skilled worker and technician that are that can do and install this solar panel correctly. To get the solar independence and to completely rely on renewable energy, we should increase the subsidy, that we should give subsidies to low income houses that cannot afford solar panel. And we should support local industry, local manufacturer to provide us the solar panel, and digitalize and fast track the net metering to get fast approval of the net metering, and establish like a center in every solar training center in every district, and promote a solar community rural solar project. That most of the rural city, they don't have a good grid station, so they can achieve their electricity demand. Punjab is still shifting toward the energy shortage, but it will take a lot from our government and from our people to overcome this problem. And if it's come that Punjab can easily overcome the electric problem, because Punjab has a 68% consume 68% of national electricity, and it can overcome like its national electricity, and it can overcome the productivity that is being created, the electricity that is being created. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any question? Yes.
That was great. That was really interesting. Where is the impetus coming from? Is it coming from the government or is it
Yeah,
coming from business?
it's mostly coming from the government, but half of it is from the the industrial representation that 30 to 40% is losing, that is being provided by the government, alternative and renewable energy policy that is in 2019.
So it's seen in very positive terms, and I
Yes.
guess I'm only asking that in the sense of how is this being politicized, if at all, coming from Britain where renewables are overwhelmingly supported, but there's still a kind of right-wing trolling of them coming from the kind of petrochemical groups. I mean, is there any of that, or are these just being quite broadly welcomed?
Yeah, it is broadly. Yeah, it is broadly. Our government has basically, like, if you can see, Punjab Ujla program. It's an initiative by our Chief Minister of Punjab that we need to provide solar panel to different houses to overcome this electrical problem.
And people, and so you're not getting the petrochemical industry kind of pushing back against
No,
that?
no, no.
That's great. Very different to what's happening in your
Thank you.
Because it's the initiative that is being taken by government, so they are putting, if they want to take initiative, they have to go through government, because it's powered by government, so they cannot like directly overcome that.
Any other question? Yes.
Yeah, thank you for taking us to the energy domain.
You're welcome, sir.
Can you go to that slide that shows the solar farm, where you have the arrangement of solar panels, I think directly on the ground?
Yeah, let me show you.
Yeah. Well, you may not give an immediate answer, but it's something I think all of us here should also think about. If we're looking at preserving the land ecology, and you're going to have this massive land covered by these panels, I think that there should be a thinking whether the arrangement of these solar panels, maybe because to receive the inclination of the sun is having this. Could there be another possible approaches we can use to arrange this so that it does not occupy this large expanse of land? That is just my thoughts here, which I think that you can also consider from a design perspective.
So the thing is that the land the government is using, it's like unable to harvest and do anything. It's basically what you say, a forest thing. There cannot be any kind of life sign there. It's basically a forest there. You cannot. It's very far from here. It's in Bhavalpur on south side of Punjab, and there is no mark of any kind of life there. Basically, it has no sign of life there. Even there cannot grow any kind of tree in there. So that's why they are using that land, and they are approximately using 6,500 acres of land to this, and it's half done. 1/3 of it is done. It's not completely yet. So it's still making like 600 megawatt of energy, like from 1/3 part of it. So it's not completely done. So the land they are using, they have no sign of life there. Like it's completely what can you say, abandoned land there. So there is no sign of life there. Even the forest trees, they don't grow at that point of time.
Yes, Zeynep Hocam.
Yeah, I think with Erenk Hoca's question, if the solution will be by means of that solar panels, since there is a lot of sun, as you have been
Yes.
mentioned,
300
days.
to 320
Yeah,
days. Oh, yeah.
That means that sun will work very good in Punjab.
Yes.
So integrating those solar panels to architecture might be, as an architecture, your solution to the government. And as Renkoja was being disturbed me also, not to use those wastelands with solar panels. That might be a kind of your research to be continued.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
So
a proposal.
yeah, so basically it's that if the government, basically we have a big mafia in these kind of things. So if they find the land, they will open an industry, some kind of thing, and they will open their like some kind of industry. Because of that, just in Lahore last year, that there was smoke, industrial pollution. It increased so much smog and these kind of thing that from morning 8 to in the afternoon 1, there is no traffic allowed on the road because of pollution. So it is kind of good to have a switch to occupy this land and do it and plant a solar panel to overcome of these problems. So that's yeah. Anyone else?
Question? Okay, I would like to invite Chair of Department, the Program Coordinator, Huya Hoca, to deliver the certificate. Thank you, Hocam. Yes, to be announced, the section 2 for second day is finished. After a break, I guess half an hour break, we are going to continue with the third section. Thank you, everyone.
Mahur, as we know, about environmental justice, very new and interesting topic. And then we will have Rasia Hoja online. She couldn't attend in person, so I would like to invite Mahur to deliver her speech. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Zahra. Today I want to present my article about environmental justice, and thank you for this opportunity. My subject is about environmental justice and user experience in parks next to the highways. For case study, I pick two parks near my hometown, near my home in Iran, and it has a story. I will tell you about that. But and it's a mixed method assessment of Milad and Madar parks in District 7 of Isfahan that I live there. As an observer, I saw that district that I'm living there. It has a lot of green spaces, but most of the time they're empty. And this idea came to my mind. What is the reason? So. As you know, the green spaces are key for in the urban areas are key for health, social interaction, and climate adoption. And the international literature shows that urban green spaces are very important for our mental health and social interaction and environmental benefits. But being in next the highways, it can change the story of these places. As I mentioned, I find these gaps also in the literature, in Iranian article and the others about green spaces. Planning standards usually focus on green space and green space per capita and distance to parks. And we can feel the lack of studies to measure in another way for these places. So the attention to these places, truth of environmental quality, for example, such air pollution, noise, and perceived usability of parks for nearby residents are important, and there is a gap about that. And there is few studies that combine these methods, GIS-based method and the resident survey data. GIS, it's a geography information system that urban planner use this software. This picture shows these two parks. This one is Milad Park, and this one is Madar Park. As you can see, there are two big and two green, but they are near the highway, Kava Boulevard Highway, and as you can see, there is a lot of another green spaces in this district, and these questions are my main questions about this study. Is the current provision of urban green space in District 7 of Isfahan sufficient when measured by per capita area and walking distance accessibility? And my second question is, how does proximity to highways and air polluted corridors affect the perceived quality and actual use of Milad and Madar parks? And the third one is green space quantity alone enough, or must parks also meet qualitative and environmental justice criteria to be truly usable for residents? This part, it's my literature review part, that I make up a table of some articles, and I try to categorize the subjects and the key findings and all of this. And we can see this kind of study be done in Berlin, in Estonia, in Brazil, and somewhere else. But I will pass this part because it's too much to explain. For methodology overview, as I said, my case study is District 7. I focus just on two parks in this district, Milad Park and Madar Park, and I use mixed method, combining spatial analysis with GIS and household questionnaire survey. And I consider the environmental justice lens, such as a distributive lens that tell us who has access to the parks, and interactional lens that tells us how parks are experienced by the users, and environmental burden that shows air pollution and highways. My data sources are municipal information and based on GIS information, field verification of park boundaries and entrance, and also that questionnaire that I provide, and with 120 from 220 adult residents, 60 women and 60 men, equal, because I don't want to consider the gender because it's another study. And also all of them are mostly middle-aged and living within District 7. The first map that I provided with GIS, it's park accessibility within 300 meter, 500 meter, and 800 meter. That shows the users can walk and meet these parts in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or more. As you can see, these borders are overlay each other, and as you can see, this part, these green parts are the other green parts that I didn't
study on. I just study on two parts here under these borders. It shows that accessibility for these parks are enough. Even that part that it's red, they has access to other green spaces. And we can see next maps, highway exposure zone. Here we measure the air pollution according to the standards. According to the standards, the pollution in 5 to 50 meters near the highways are too high, and in 50 meter to 150 meter it's in the middle, and after 300 meters it can be good. But here, as you can see, our parks are here in these 2 points, and they totally are in the air pollution area, and that can affect the people and the users of these parks. And after that, you can see green space per capita, that total green area in this district. You can see the number and the population, and the per capita green space here, it's 10.1. That according to the WHO, it has a standard, it has a good result, but when we continue, we can see what is the problem. According my questionnaire, I provide these charts, that the first one represent the main scores of questionnaire dimension about these 2 parks. Environment quality. This questionnaire is based on a Likert Likert grading. It's 1 to 5. It means 1 it's too low, and 5 it's too high. So in the first chart, you can see the environmental quality has a most effect in these 2 parks, and the facilities. And in this chart, you can see social experience has a very low grade, and environmental quality has 4.2, and social experience has 2.8, which is the lowest grade in this chart. And facilities and accessibility are 3 to 3.4, and it's in the middle. And overall satisfaction from this park, it's not too high. For the second chart, we can see visit frequency, that we ask how often they will pass in the park, and 1 to 3 times per month. It was the most answer here, and for users that they're living there, and it's so weird. And about age groups, majority of residents, respondents are middle-aged and elderly, that they usually go there for playing cards, gathering with each other and talking with each other, but it's very it's not safe
because of the air pollution for this group, and also the children. I didn't consider the children. It is my limitation for my study. I couldn't go and ask with the questionnaire because they just want to come to the parks and play, but and they don't care about the health and something like this. And these two groups are in the danger in this situation. And at the end, about my questionnaire, I provide a radar chart that shows the similarity or difference between two charts. These two charts for Madar Park and Milad Park in Esfahan, the situation for these two parks is very same, and the environment quality in these two charts have a most similarity to each other. And also about my questionnaire, I provide correlation matrix of questionnaire that it shows the questions has a correlation to each other or not. That when it's low, it shows the variety of question is good, and it consider all of the aspects. So I can research till here. I will finish it in the future. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Mahur. Very interesting topic and very updated topic, let's say. Do we have questions? Please.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mahur.
You're welcome.
I just wondered that from District 7 it was, you choose the questionnaire to be asked. Instead of selecting it from the district, would it be better to make the questionnaire in the park and see which age group is coming?
Yeah, I did this. Actually, I did this in the park. Not me.
The questionnaire they made in the park.
Yeah, they answer in the park.
Sorry, I understood it wrong. I just thought that questionnaire was made in District 7, and out of those survey you reached to the base. But if it is made in the park, yes, then okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Hoca.
Yes. Any further questions? No.
So very interesting. I mean, you mentioned that most of the park users are elderly people or aged groups. So because you are also living in that city, so is this something cultural? Where are young people going in that city if they do not like park? Because, like, for example, if you have anybody from Shiraz, here's another city. Shiraz people, they love parks. You go to parks, everybody's in the park. Tabriz people same, but Isfahan, I don't know. What's the preference for young generation to go?
I think according to my experience, they rather to go to the other side into the but there is some spot that they are famous in the teenagers and the people in my age, and that they want to go there. But we know this, but also the parks and because going to the park it's in our culture, like a terrace in Mediterranean culture. We love parks and it's a gathering spot for us. but the environment and the design of the parks, it's not inviting us to go to there. So the elderly and the kids, they have to go out. They for example, when somebody was it's retiring, they can't stay in home and they want to go out. So most of the people there are in this age.
I would also have a suggestion. We will discuss later in the class, but as Amir already mentioned yesterday, you have now somehow raw data, and when you put them into charts, now that you see that age are going more to the let's say park, now it's time to get back and find their questionnaires and see if there are any other patterns that is happening within that specific group. So turning this data into information is next step, I guess.
Yes, sure.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Yani, introducing what kind of facilities is being served in those parks. What makes 60 plus to go there more frequently? For what reason? Yani, explaining the parks more, the facilities they provide, the walkways, the pedestrian ways, or green areas that they can make picnic or whatever else. Then introducing those parks will be so beneficial. So maybe it will be possible to understand that why elderly are going there and not youngsters not. Okay,
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Regarding Amin Hoca's question, I may be more eligible to talk because I'm coming from a transitional generation of city of Isfahan. It was very interesting in my childhood in that city. I remember whenever the family had for children, they had leisure time or during the summer, we were spending a lot of a big range of time in the parks because the city of Isfahan comes with a very interesting variety of public spaces, parks, in a way that along the river you have 46 kilometers of parks on river banks. What happened that the question is that what happened that this transition, by having this transition between generation, this habit has been transformed to kind of rejection of spending time in parks. I may first say that by according to my observation, the first reason might be the changes in lifestyle. New generation, they prefer to spend more time in cafes, new coffee culture that they get used to. This is the first reason. And more critically, the second reason is insecurity. Parks previously was a kind of place that even families, they were gathering there, they were playing there, they were cooking even there, and spending time together. At this time, they don't feel that much secure. There are lots of criminal things going on in these parks that cause this. But very interestingly, the elder generation is still keeping this culture. However, the new generation are rejecting. So that, as Amin was your question, that would be very interesting kind of research deeply, going through understanding that what happened that this culture is not transmitted to the new generation. Give a solution to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And it's also to come from that. You have people who drink alcohol, and in park, if you drink alcohol, you will increase the chance of getting caught by moral police. That is something that we can discuss. Yes, do you have more questions? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to ask Kamya Hoca to deliver the certificate, and then we will have Rasya Hoca online presentation of her topic. Thank you very much, Kamya Hoca. So I guess I need to close this. Yeah, it is closed already. Nothing else by me. Hello, Rasya Hoca. Welcome virtually.
Hello hocam.
Yeah, welcome virtually to the conference. Floor is yours.
Hello hocam. Thank you for your invitation. Do you hear my voice?
Yes, we have it. We have it clearly.
Okay, perfect. Do you see me?
Yes.
Okay hocam. Good afternoon. As you know that my name is Rasya Kayalar. I'm from Final International University, Faculty of Architecture and Fine Arts. Today I will present qualified buildings for qualified built environments from the lens of sensory and symbolic dimensions of architectural authenticity in the 21st century. In this talk, I will explore how image-based visualizations and global homogenization reshape our understanding of architectural quality. And later on, I will propose a theoretical framework which integrates aesthetics, phenomenology, and semiotic perspectives to define what makes a building truly qualified today. This is my proposal, and this research is under construction. So, digital visualizations and global homogenization increasingly shape architectural aesthetics and creating design optimized for visual impact rather than lived experience. These images circulate globally and promote a standardized architectural language. When architecture becomes image-driven authenticity, or in other words, originality or architectural integrity, and the experiential depth, it declines. Building function more as visual icons than as sensory or symbolic environments. This is raising the central question of this study. What defines qualified architecture today beyond spectacle and visualization? So, in this slide, the question is try to find out the answer, how we describe it. The building is normally, the qualified building is normally defined as excellent building or good building, but this is not enough. A qualified building should not only perform well technicality or visuality, but it should also produce a distinctive experiential character, sensory richness, and symbolic depth. This study builds exactly on that broader understanding. Here, I try to highlight the need to redefine architectural quality. Today, quality is often reduced to formal aesthetics or technical performance, as I mentioned before, while sensory and symbolic dimensions remain largely unaddressed. There is no identified, unified framework which brings together aesthetic, phenomenology, and semiotic criteria. So here in this diagram, I try to show these three dimensions should be integrated with each other, and I'm trying to offer a new framework. So this research has three main aims. First, to theorize qualified buildings. Second, explain how authentic architecture emerges through the interaction of sensory experience and symbolic meaning. And third, redefine architectural quality beyond aesthetic and performance by proposing a composite model. So here, it's going to become a guidance, structured guidance and direction for this study. I'm using research theoretical analysis-based research methodology, and this method is also includes comparative case study where selected buildings are evaluated through sets of criteria. In this slide, I try to introduce three main theoretical pillars of the study. This is the main theoretical framework. I try to combine aesthetic theory, phenomenology, and semiotics into each. The aesthetic theoretician John Lang, phenomenologists Palazma and Zumthor, and Charles Jenkins and Umberto Eco, who are the theoreticians from the field of semiotics, will be used in order to shape this framework. Let's go into more details and discuss about the aesthetic theory of Lang. He mainly tried to identify three components. He's highlighting formal, sensory, and symbolic aesthetics. Together with these components, he believes that an architectural product or a product can become aesthetically pleasing. Formal aesthetics is concerning the composition, structural clarity. On the other hand, sensory aesthetics concerns how architecture engages all the senses, and the symbolic aesthetic concerns the meaning attached to the buildings. So he states that aesthetic is about engaging all the senses, not just sight. Therefore, aesthetic theory forms an essential part of defining qualified architecture. On the other hand, from the point of phenomenology, it stresses the architecture perceived through embodied, multisensory, and spatial experiences. The sensory dimension that can be defined by light, texture, and sound, atmosphere, and materiality. It encourages deeper engagement beyond visual perception. This dimension helps architecture to create emotional and embodied connection with users. Here I try to list the key theoreticians of phenomenological philosophers and their influence, impact on architecture, which provides the theoretical foundation for understanding sensory and experiential dimension in this research. In this slide, I tried to highlight the Ioannis Palazma's theory. He had a very high contribution to this study. In The Eyes of the Skin, which is written in 1996, he argues architecture should be multisensory language to engage touch, sound, smell, and gravity. He is also introducing the concept of hapticity. Hapticity is related to touching and feeling the material, emphasizing that we should feel architecture, not just simply see it. His work reinforces the necessity of sensory dimension in evaluating architectural authenticity and quality. And here, this is Peter Zumthor's theory. He describes architecture as an emotional reality, and he argues atmosphere arises from the interplay of materiality, light, temperature, and sound. Atmosphere is perceived emotionally, and according to Zumthor, atmosphere is the immediate emotional response we feel upon entering a space such as peace, warmth, coldness, calmness, or intensity. So this view helps to explain why buildings with strong atmospheric presence often feel more authentic, because they create sensory and emotional resonance. And then we come up the third theory, which shapes our theoretical framework, proposed framework. It's the semiotic theory, which explains architecture's symbolic dimension. Buildings operate as signs which communicate cultural meaning, identity, and narrative. The symbolic dimension in this study becomes symbolic depth, the ability of architecture to evoke memory, identity, and shared cultural references. Identity and place, meaning, therefore becomes central to architectural quality. Here, I also try to make a similar listing like I did for the phenomenological theories and their influences on architecture. the semioticians will know it, that Saussure and Piaget are known as the fathers of the semiotics, and most of the other theoreticians who are coming and influencing on architecture is also construct their models on top of their theory. For this framework, I choose Charles Jencks mostly, and I try to give more detailed information related to Charles Jencks' ideas. He argued that buildings communicate messages and architecture is fundamentally a language. His famous idea of double coding explains how architecture can address multiple audiences at once, experts like architects and theorists through symbolic references, and public through visual metaphor. This slide triangle diagram shows how architectural sign, object, and meaning are connected. And lastly, eco-semiotic approach is introduced here in this slide, and he's trying to emphasize that architecture is a communicative art embedded in cultural code. Facades, materials, and spatial systems function as signs which transmit cultural values and ideologies. This dyadic model reinforces the idea that qualified buildings must not only look visually coherent, but also communicate meaning within their cultural context. So when we come up the integrity, this diagram is summarizing the composite quality model. Aesthetic dimensions at the top support visual order. The sensory and the symbolic dimensions at the sides create depth and meaning. Together, they produce architectural quality at the bottom. This model communicates that quality is not a single property. It emerges from the integration of form, sensation, and cultural meanings. After creating this framework, sets of criteria are prepared in order to be used for the evaluations of the qualified buildings. So this slide translates the theoretical model into 6 evaluative criteria. Formal integrity, we need to ask this question: does the building demonstrate a coherent, harmonious, and legible formal organization? The second is the sensory richness. How does the building engage the body and the senses? The third question, spatial meaningfulness. What meanings does the building communicate? The fourth one is affective impact. What emotional or atmospheric state does the building create? The fifth, cultural representation. Does the building resonate with its cultural and geographic settings? And last one, aesthetic wholeness. Do the sensory and symbolic dimensions reinforce each other, forming a unified architectural experience? So, with the use of these criteria, I try to test this model on some case studies. Here you see Dubai frame at Dubai, and with the sets of the criteria, I try to evaluate the building according to the theories that we use. And this slide uses the Dubai frame to discuss authenticity in the 21st century. The project presents a strong visual image and a clear conceptual idea. Questions arise when evaluated through the 6 criteria. Its sensory richness and spatial meaningfulness may be limited, and it's raising the issue of whether it's an authentic piece of architecture or primarily an object of visual spectacle. The second one is Lotus Tower at Sri Lanka. The lotus is a culturally significant symbol, but its translation into a telecommunications tower creates a tension between form and meaning. The sensory experience offered by the tower is limited, and therefore its symbolic relevance may not be fully supported by its material and spatial characteristics. Let's look at another example. Here you can see Ryugyong Hotel at Kore. It's a monumental and politically charged structure, yet much its interior remains incomplete. When we evaluate this building with the 6 criteria, it becomes clear that despite its strong symbolic ambition, it lacks sensory richness, special meaningfulness, and aesthetic wholeness, making it a notable example of non-qualified architecture. Let's look at the other example in contrast with the previous three. This is designed by Peter Zumthor, Fermea Valves, and it represents an example of authentic architectural quality. Its use of local materials, sensitivity to landscape, atmospheric orchestration of light, sound, and temperature create a deep sensory experience. Symbolically, it resonates with the site's geological and cultural context, demonstrating strong aesthetic fullness. Let's look at the other example, designed by Tadao Ando, Church of Light. This illustrates how the 20th century building can embody all 6 criteria of architectural authenticity. The project demonstrates strong formal integrity through its pure geometric form and clear orthogonal composition. Sensory richness is achieved through the dramatic interplay of light and shadow. The special sequence moving from darkness towards the illuminated cross creates profound spatial meaningfulness. Its affective impact is immediate, producing silence, reflection, and emotional intensity. Symbolically, the building merges modern minimalism with Christian superiority, offering cultural representation rooted in both tradition and contemporary expression. Altogether, these qualities create aesthetic wholeness, making the Church of Light a powerful example of authentic architecture. And the last example is the Falling Water House by Frank Lloyd Wright. Falling water demonstrates how architectural authenticity emerges when a building becomes one within its landscape. Its strong horizontal geometry and cantilevered terraces create clear formal integrity. The sensory richness comes from the constant sound of the waterfall, the textures of stone and wood, and the surrounding forest, especially interior and exterior flow, seamlessly reinforcing the idea of living within nature. The building generates a very calm, immersive, and emotional atmosphere, while symbolically expressing modernism and Wright's philosophy of organic architecture. Together, these elements create a highly coherent and authentic architectural experience. So, in this final section, I outline 3 key suggestions. First, in theory and education, we need to strengthen multisensory and symbolic literacy so that designers learn to think beyond visual form. Education should train designers to think beyond the visual and engaging with materiality, atmosphere, and cultural meaning. Second, in practice, buildings should be evaluated experientially rather than visually, focusing on how they feel, how they engage the senses, and what they mean. And third, in policy, authenticity should be treated as a form of cultural sustainability, supporting environments that preserve identity, memory, and meaningful experiences. And in conclusion, architectural quality is not achieved through visual spectacle or technological sophistication, but through experiential coherence, such as the alignment of what architecture is, feels like, and means. Thus, architectural quality in the 21st century must be redefined through the integrated lens of sensory depth and symbolic meaning. So here I try to list the references that I used for this study. If you're interested in, you can find these sources and make deep research related to this topic. Thank you for your attention. I will be happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you very much, Rasul Hoca. Is the
Thank you,
question?
hocam.
Okay. Yes, Cenk Hoca.
Rashia Ojan, thank you for your presentation that links with your area of specialization, combining semiotics and phenomenological and the other theoretical aspects. I can see in the last conclusion where you made suggestions to this model you developed. And you brought it that buildings should be assessed from experience, not visually. I will think that maybe there should be a reconsideration in terms of if we're going to observe the building as an object of research, then the aspect of observation will be useful when looking at a building, and especially for design students. In most occasions, we keep pointing students to go for case study, to check this, to check that. So maybe, I don't know what will be your view if this context, if now the students are not living in that particular building and they are picking up the work of a particular architect, let's say maybe the work of a Frank Lloyd Wright, and then they are to assess that work. Do you think the experience alone will be able to provide them the necessary data they will need to make progress in understanding that particular building or structure? Thank you.
Thank you, Hocam, for your comment. Actually, you are pointing out a very significant point. This can be spread to our education. Maybe we need to bring our students more to the qualified examples around us and let students to experience the qualified buildings in order to understand what we mean. Otherwise, if they just focus on the visual images in order to create the conceptualization, they will be just become a visually structured building. So we need to integrate this to our courses to highlight them, what we try to mean here. What is the sensory depth? What is the symbolic meaning? Instead of just forcing them to find images from Pinterest, let's say. So there are too many students who are just focusing on Pinterest-based visual images while they are creating their concepts for design studio courses, especially not only the architecture students, but even I know plenty of designers who are collecting case studies from Pinterest in order to find their way to conceptualize. It's still under development. We will consider the points that you highlighted. Hocam, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Hocam, Resia Hocam, for your presentation, including Cenk Hocam's question also. How difficult it is to make students to experience the buildings about their sensory kind of communication with us. For example, you are stressing on that we have not been, we must not evaluate them according to their visuals, but when categorizing them and when you are explaining us the buildings that you have selected, you are looking to them visually because no chance to experience them. So there has to be a kind of way that how we can make students to experience the buildings. They cannot go to Switzerland to experience Zumthor or Falling Water House, which we have to, I think, 1 minute of silence for the memory of Frank Lloyd Wright, which has been died today. We just
Frank
sorry.
Gehry.
Right, right, they died years ago. Yes, for Gary, we have to make a minute of silence on behalf of them, every of them. So there has to be some kind of method that we have to develop for those kinds of things for them to understand, isn't it, Hocam?
Yes, Hocam, I'm agree with you. Maybe we need to integrate more theory courses to our courses.
Theory courses will not lead them to experience buildings again. And theoretical way is this is what we are doing at the moment. But how to experience them? That has to be a method to be found. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Hocam, that's an excellent question. I don't want to give an incomplete answer now, but I would be happy to follow up with a more detailed response and after this presentation.
Thank you, Rasya Hoca. Any other questions? Rasya Hoca, if you don't mind, I want to ask a question. You see me?
Sure. Yes, Hocam, I see.
Okay. We talk, I mean, it's your criteria for building evaluation of buildings has 3 criteria, and aesthetics, emotion, and meaning are part of it. And these are highly subjective areas that might change from a person to another. How do you, how we can control that, or how we can evaluate buildings when, or is this something that you considered in your research?
Yes, Hocam, this model is an applicable model to the global cases, but of course this can be, this framework can be subjective in some cultural aspects. It's a framework adaptable to evaluate experiential coherence rather than stylistic norms, but this subjective idea can change from culture to culture. Yes, that's right. So it's not objective, it's subjective evaluation.
Yes, and it will be probably very hard to evaluate, or maybe through questionnaires or interviews can be.
Yeah, it can be developed to a questionnaire. You are right.
Yes.
It could can turn into a questionnaire. That's the evaluation can become much easier for us and come to an outcome. So as I mentioned in the beginning, this is a still under development research, and in the next phase, this questionnaire could be developed.
Yes, we are looking forward to see the final result of this research, hopefully in future. Thank you very much, Rasya Hoca.
Thank you.
So, yeah, conference is finished. We will have a closing panel in few minutes, or right now, Hocam, if we can. Yes, in few minutes, some arrangements will be done on the stage, and yes, Asya Hoca, your certificate is symbolically. Let me see if this is correct. It's not. Yes. Dr. Asya Kaylar. Can you see this? Symbolically, I will invite Amir Hoca to deliver this to me. And then,
okay, thank you so much. I will receive it on Monday.
Yes. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much for this great platform. See you.
Yeah, please stay with us online for the closing panel if you wish to add something.
Sure.
So, can we have the lights on, please? I think the coffee is still there if you wish to grab coffee or something. Or, and then in a few minutes we will have a small talk, closing panel, and we will officially end the conference. Thank you very much.
Me too.
Finished. Like, are we going to? Is it that there is a discussion or something?
Can we may talk about what has been argued, what we have been discussed during those 2 days? What is important in today's meetings? Actually, without knowing each other, most of the articles address really the same things for today's meetings. And they may ask from the audience about their thoughts, about their contributions. Would you tackle with any question, or would you like to expand it to other kind of discussions? As first year students continuously here from the very beginning of the conference yesterday until today. Sorry. If you have any contributions or any questions, what did you learn? What did you cannot catch, for example? Any questions came to your mind? Let's begin from you. If there is nothing, say nothing. Nothing? Nothing, okay. From our master students, any questions tackled?
I don't have questions actually, but it's a good opportunity for me to see how the conference is gone, and also to share ideas and scientific articles with the researchers. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for being here, you also. That's it.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or any contributions?
I really want to thank you all for organizing this conference. It was really my first conference to attend. And in our level, especially as a bachelor student, in our level, especially listening to all these issues, some of them came to our mind, some of them did not. And by attending this conference, it made us, or me personally, think more wider and think more about these issues. And I really want to thank you for organizing the thing, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you so much for this conference. Actually, I realized that it's become really valuable for me and for the ones, for example, who was attending the first day, and the ones who wanted or have some ideas to continue in that academic type of life and continue education from the bachelor to the PhD and further steps. And also, this is a great experience for me personally to attend the conference, to feel this atmosphere, to understand how it works. Was a very valuable experience for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Margaret, do you have any thing to say?
I also want to say thank you for this opportunity, and it was so interesting to hear about all of these topics, and I personally learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I want to give the microphone to Adam about your experience in this conference, which we were very excited, and having you also was very valuable for us. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you. I haven't actually got anything prepared, but one of the things that struck out for me over the past 2 days was the number of papers which were focused around themes of rebuilding in particular. And we had some very really interesting language, such as around healing. I thought was a really great way of framing that as well from Rashad, and the way that we had this sort of language starting to be used rather than just regeneration, but instead other ways of sort of thinking about putting places back together as well. There were quite a number of papers that I thought were really focusing on this sort of question of how do we sort of reconstruct, how do we repair places in ways, and I thought that was quite interesting, particularly the Russian paper as well about the building. Those themes to me were particularly notable. I don't know if anyone else picked up on that, but that for me was a really quite an interesting theme and quite a departure from perhaps the more dominance in other areas of, say, just regeneration or neoliberalism or stuff like that, which has become sort of very, very, very much over and over and over again used, I think, from the context that I come from anyway. And here, I really enjoyed hearing about those papers instead, which are really, again, sort of prioritizing the language of healing, but really focusing on that theme of and trying to sort of think critically about ways of, even now I'm struggling with the language that I'm trying to use to sort of think about, how do we make places work again, and how might we rebuild them, how might we reconstruct them in ways that they work.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Adam. And Rashad.
So I wanted to thank the university first of all. It's the first time me and my father in Cyprus, and we will get back tomorrow to home. It's great memories for sure. I think we will get back. Thank you for your hospitality. We know each other for 2 days, but it seems like we know each other for a month or 2 years. So you were so welcome. I'd like to thank all the staff. I'd like to especially thank Kasra Hoja, who was guiding through the email to get me here. So thank you a lot. Of course, I think this was a very valuable conference. I'd like to thank everyone for participation. So I'm back home with great memories. Thank you for this.
Yes, thank you very much. Would you like to continue, Aminza?
Again, very, very interesting people, very interesting conferences. I wish that the other people who could not join with us could join maybe in future conferences. I think the debate should go with the themes and topics. Maybe each day we can have, we could have one maybe the next time. For example, all the papers related to displacement or conflict or healing or like, for example, the debate should be between Rashad and Salome and Kasran. Those are the same topics, and they could have a very, very interesting and complex discussion. Like if we have that kind of debates, maybe for future iteration of conference, we can do something like that. We can make it thematic, basically. That would be very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, it has been prepared thematically, but the missing keynote speakers that would not able to come made the conference a bit conflicted, let me say. Yeah, Kamil Hocam. So, Hocam, I think.
First, I want to thank the rector of Final International University in his opening speech yesterday. Sitting there as someone who is from architecture faculty or design discipline, his presentation was holistic, covering all the various three key words that constitute this conference, that is city, architecture, and society. But again, another thing I spotted that was very interesting is the interconnectivity that showed up among all the topics that were presented in this conference. And again, I think that our master students and undergraduate students, they got a wider approach to this discussion of whether urban scale or whether architectural scale. This is very, very important. And how the conference also gave opportunity for individuals to suggest what can be done on a particular research to enlarge it, to enhance it, and to make it very productive in the near future. And then, just as Adam spotted the aspect of healing, I'm still sitting here and thinking that maybe we are going to conceptualize this as part of conservation and preservation approach added to the existing ones we have, like he mentioned, urban regeneration, revitalization. Yeah, all of these ones we have hammered them. Maybe we need to take this other direction and add it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cenk Hocam. And Puya Hocam, would you like to?
Yeah, just I want to extend my appreciation and thanks from all members that who help us for this conference, and from Rectorate Office, all faculty members, organization committees, of course our keynote speakers, all participants, IT team, media team, and of course Donya Hanum, he helped us a lot, she helped us a lot, and everyone. So without you, we could not have this event, so happy to have this one. Of course, as it was the first international conference in Faculty of Architecture, we had some missing, so hopefully for the further events and next events we can fix these issues and having it better quality. All my colleagues mentioned about the topics and the points that we have in this conference. I just want to mention something. We have 2 days of conference. One day we have presentations from our colleagues as a professional academics, so we have perfect presentation, but what is more interesting for me was today's presentation. We have the new generation of researchers, so I'm proud of all this presentation and happy to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Puya Hocam. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. And Kasra Hocam, for closing sentences, I will give the...
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you all for all your kind efforts, for your presence. I think the missing part, these missing topics that may be covered in the next conference is architectural education. We didn't talk much about it here, and the role of AI in changing our perception of everything, and the amount of nonsense it brings to us, as well as the potentials that it brings to us, will be nice topics for the next conference. Thank you very much, and have a good day. Thank you for coming on Saturday. I know it's hard, and goodbye.